Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Little bit tired today, but I'm feeling okay. Today we're going to be working on more Insignia dev, of course. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to get up to, but holy moly, my hair's looking very silvery today. Goodness gracious. You're starting to see what it really looks like under there. Whoa. And that's why we keep it long. Today we're going to be working on just getting through stuff, just like making a dent in the stuff that's hard so that we can get to the easier stuff. We are like we're like 10 days away from basically delivering this thing, which is scary to think about because it doesn't feel like I'm 10 days away, but every day I'm pretty much got a clear shot just at working on the game. So today I'm going to be working inside the engine, and then later on tonight, I'm going to be working on the pitch. So I'm going to take a drink. Delivering a demo of Insignia to the grant agencies which have funded it, which will mark the delivery of our milestone demo, which we originally slated for. Well, that's what we got the grant for, to produce the demo. So we have to deliver the demo to them to say that we have used their money for what the purpose is, and then they give us the last bit of it so that we can then pay the rest of the people who have worked on it. So it's actually a really interesting little scenario. Oh wow, thank you so much to Fatal Moments and Magnus for the most recent subscriptions. Also, I guess I should thank the rest of you for being here. Welcome all of you here in chat on YouTube and on Twitch. I can see you in YouTube. There's a rumor going around that I don't read YouTube chat, but I can see it. Also, a big thanks to most recent follower, Minibio. Minibio? I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm trying. Yeah, so the way that the grant funding works is pretty elegant. It's basically that they give you 80% upfront to make the thing. So in my case, it's like 130K. But so you organize to spend 100, and then they don't pay you the last 20% until you finish it. So for me, that creates a lot of pressure to get it finished, because it means people are asking me, hey, like, here's my invoice, please send me the bill back, like send me the payment remuneration, and then I have to say, oh, well, we have to submit in order for me to pay you. So there's no real chance of me like taking the money and running, basically, because I have to finish to pay everybody. So, but I had enough to get it mostly here. So it's really like everybody's last invoices is what will need to be, that's sitting on the other side of submission. And I do want to pay everybody who's been working on the game. So it's, you know, it's where we're headed. Javi Weedu says, I've been prototyping a new game and I haven't been able to find the game loop I want. What tip can you give? Man, this is a really... It's a very difficult question to answer without knowing what game you're making. Because game loops are one of those things where sometimes the loop is dependent on something. Like if it's a strategy game, the loop might be dependent on there being scissors, paper, rock elements that are balanced. Like, oh, this beats this, this beats this, this beats that. And the only way for it to be fun is if those things are equal. And so maybe you're playing like Pokemon and you've got the 3 starter types. So like the game loop is, Well, every chapter you need to get a new Pokemon of a different type that you don't have so that you can beat the thing that is in the next gym. That's a game loop that's dependent on a triangle sort of mechanic. But if you're making like a side-scrolling platformer that's just about doing the level in one go, like you if you fail, you die and you have to start again. That loop is dependent instead on there being a really nice core game, like difficulty curve, and for the mechanics to be really tight. Those two things are so different from each other that recommending what to do to make the game loop feel right, the overlap between those two things that I can give you as advice is very generic. It's like, try to define what it is that you want first. What should the feel be? And try to understand the elements that you've created and how they interact with each other. And if they aren't interacting with each other in a way that gets you the feeling that you want, be critical about why that might be. Like, why do these things not work? If you can answer that question clearly, then you at least have a trail to head towards. And maybe that way you can find the answer to your question. But it's really about troubleshooting and diagnosis, because sometimes there's just not a clear path. Like sometimes the answer is, I have this example. So I was trying to innovate in the tactics and roguelike genre a couple of years ago, off the back of a game jam game that I made. I was like, oh, I'll spend a little bit more time on this and see if there's like a good game in there. And so I was trying to build a roguelike tactics game where every turn, all of the characters moved at the same time. The NPCs, the player characters, they all moved at the same time. So what you did was you set up everything and then you press play and then they do it. And the problem with that was the game loop that I expected was for there to be more strategy, but less waiting. The problem was those two things didn't gel. They just didn't. In diagnosing the problem, the answer was, I need to make this not happen all at the same time because it's impossible to strategize when everything's happening at the same time. If you don't know how to simulate the outcome, you can't plan. So the answer was, don't make it roguelike. Or at least don't use that roguelike element to design it. And that was the whole point of the project. You know what I mean? So taking that away just leaves me with a normal tactics game. And then it's like, well, all of my curiosity disappeared at that point. So you could do other things that are roguelike-esque in a tactics game, but you can't, I don't think that the simultaneous movement is, in my case, it wasn't a winner of an idea. Yeah, what you're doing is like mountain exploring. You're like mountaineering, and you know there's a peak over here and you know there's a peak over there, but you don't know that there's another mountain peak in the middle between those two fun points. And you're hoping and guessing that, oh, there's a mountain right there. You're hoping and guessing that, well, if I merge this with this, it should be another mountain peak in the middle. But that's not always the case. Or sometimes it's just different to where you thought it would be. It's not like right in the middle. It's like more over this way or that way. So be okay with that taking time and try to use this as an opportunity to refine your prototyping skills. That's what I would say. Because prototyping is a really, really good skill to navigate that terrain quickly without investing a lot of energy into it. So think about what you can cut on the way to finding your fun loop. All right. So Terrible says, I was working on my player character's mid-air combo today and I accidentally made Melania's waterfowl dance. Gave myself PTSD. It happens. Nikolai Gomi says, hi Adam. Nikolai Gomi says, hi Adam, I'm making a game with the aesthetic diesel punk. At the moment, the project is very nice. The design is awesome. Good luck. All right, let's get into it, shall we? So, man, my day was just busy. So this was sound, and then sound effects, and then SFX meeting, and then music meeting straight after that. And then trailer team meeting until 12:30. It was literally, I had meetings for like 2.5 hours. Then I had lunch, then I set up my stream, but I had to do a chore in the middle. Okay, so this and this, this and this and this and this and this and this and this are done. And then intro. And then here we are. So, busy day. This was more like this, and then this took a bit longer. One more meeting in a few hours. No. All right. So let's think about what's on the pile. I was doing something a little bit earlier today, or at least I wanted to, which was, I wanted to refactor this scene, which I think I mostly just did, but I wanted to work on the background for it today. There's that's really important. And then this is really important too. Let's start with this. So actually, this is at 9 something. I started on the Crucible background rework. And that's what I'm going back to today. So I literally started at 9 and now it's 2, and I've had no chance at all in the last 1, 2, 3, 4 hours to do a task that's my work. I mean, it's all my work, but you know what I mean. A development task. So here is what we're looking at. And the challenge here is that this foreground doesn't mesh with what I'm trying to do with the background. So let me see if I can file, save as, basal iteration, old. And then save as basal iteration. Replace it. And then delete these 2 old frames because I can't afford to keep them in here. And then remove that. And maybe even that. Oh no, that can stay. This. Well, if we keep that, then that makes sense, I guess, a little bit. Let's just leave it as it is. We'll take Armin away. And let's layer this out so that we know what each things do. So this is midground. I don't want this anymore, although is that important? No, get rid of it. I don't need this layer, don't need this layer. This layer is a wash. This is almond, so those get locked. This is nothing important. That's going to get locked as well. So then we've got columns. And then we have grass. And then we have anvil. Then we have crucible. Then we have background. And then black. So the idea here is to take these and make them a group and call it background. Then take 1, 2, 3 and make them a group and call it midground. And then I think that's good enough. So now we can press Control Shift, save, Control Shift E, double check to save it. And then crucible basalt. Basalt? People say it's basalt. I say basalt. I know that's wrong. Okay. So what that did is give me 2 images. And it lets me drag them in. One like this, one like this. This goes in the background. And then this one goes in the midground 1 to like here, let's just say. I want to go back here and look at this from the perspective of a level where we're on day 2 and we haven't done, not yet, hang on a second. Amen goes back here. Assault, basalt. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it is, I suppose, but yeah. So what I want to do is I want to see more grass and terrain. Maybe I can just play with these things a little bit and get a bit further without doing much work. If I put it here and then I take the crucible objects and then move them up. I mean, it creates a lot of depth there. The camera here is no good. Why does it feel like that? Okay, maybe I can just keep playing around with that. So take the forge. I think this platform coming up, I might want to invert that. So instead of going up, it comes down. Which basically means bringing this down like that. And then I don't want to change this tremendously. We could just bring this down by 1 and do this and this. And the idea being that it gives us a bit more space for this grass. Just visually, just looks more interesting. EG. Oh, that's too high, of course. We can fix it though. It's no big deal. We just have to do that. Where is the collider? It's right about there. We're going to go up a little bit more. Now that's pretty good. It does make the crucible look like it's a lot further away. I might bring it down 2 or 3 pixels, maybe more. But the scene is looking much better now. Yeah, it could come down even further now, actually. Why not another 10, not 10 pixels? Yeah, actually, what we could do it's pretty close. It all just comes down to the position of the anvil relative to the... Yeah, that's fine, I think. I could even make the anvil have a little bit of a platform on it, if we really want, so that he stands a little bit higher when he's at the anvil. Just put a tiny collider on the thing. Why don't we try that? So all that's important is that these are on really straightforward Y positions. Honestly, it's hard to even tell. Oh, okay. Well, there's definitely something there. Oh yeah, it is working. It is there. It might not be worth it. Let's tag it as a moving platform. See if that changes it a little bit. Yeah, better. Cool. It's a bit bumpy. The column container has a tag, and the column container is adjacent to the anvil sprite. So we would need to have this also toggle. So basically, right now, this thing is the thing that we can work with, but we can't do that all the time. All right. So I either turn it off, either just remove this collider, or I could bring the anvil down. I don't really want to do that. Let's just leave it off. I don't think it needs the polygon collider. It's too much work. It's not really for anything other than just visually looking a little better. Okay. So it's looking nicer around here. I was thinking of maybe putting more grass around here, but I don't really think it needs much. We could do like bushes or something, but I don't mind it as it is. And then we just have to do like more foresty stuff. Oh, geez. On the left side behind this. Here. It is cool that it gives you something, but I might want to see a bit more definition there. And then I actually quite like the way it's framing this now. That's kind of cool. Don't know about that, Mikanil. You can try. Yeah, let's put a bit more contouring in it. Maybe even a little bit off this side too. Cool. Also, there's a bit of an issue here where this is set to background. We should got to put it -1, and then this is on midground columns, but it actually needs to be on background. Also, thinking of just removing this layer, and then we can contour this to look more like something a little bit later. So like now we get this. The parallaxing is it adds a depth that we might want to also see on this background. So again, parallax by depth on that guy. And then push this back about as far back as maybe in the middle between those two things, or even further back actually, because these are supposed to be covering it. So now we try it like this. Yeah, it does feel better. And the crucible, because it's a little bit further away, I mean, maybe even we do it on that too. Oh, it's got depth already on it. Huh, okay, well, good luck me. Yeah, so you're seeing a little bit of that parallaxing there, which should be really, really cool when we do this. Check this out. Nice. I am going to do one more thing here, which is to add a zone camera. To this part of the level, specifically only affecting the y-axis, and I want to frame it so that it's a little bit higher up in terms of what we're looking at. Maybe just inside of this room, and I think I want to use the scene ortho size. Let's see if we can get that going. So the idea is I want to see more up. Like here. If you see, as I leave this space, notice how the camera doesn't dip down too much? I could make it even stronger and look right up a little more. We could make it 5 even. Because naturally the camera's going to want to look down when we get to here, but we don't want to do that. Hey Hazix, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome, welcome. What aspect of the game is the hardest to work on at the moment? Getting the story in. Like the pathing, like you have to go to this scene, then this scene, then this thing triggers, and then that starts. That stuff is really hard to get right because you're changing so much. Anytime you move geometry or changing how a door works, it's like it screws up the whole everything. It's like if I move this NPC, now the criteria to talk to that NPC needs to change, stuff like that. Really, really hard. Hey, Al Neko, thank you so much. Hey, I'm just gonna put the aircon on. I'll be right back. It's really hot in here. Hey, the Fired Man, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the sub as well. Lots of subs coming in. Keep them coming. I'm not saying no. Okay, so yeah, this is looking really cool. Now that is just killing me. This piece of geometry right here. Are those smart tiles? Yeah, they are smart tiles. So how is Armin getting caught on this? What? What? What the heck? Huh? That is like absolutely perfect. Huh? There's literally absolutely nothing for him to get stuck on. Is it the ground for the column? It is. It's this. I see. I guess I'll just have to shrink the column then, won't I? Yeah, I can do that. I need to bring it in by like 2 blocks anyway. To about there, I suppose. I mean, it can go wider. Why does that come in front here on this side, but not on the other side? Middle ground -1. Resistance middle ground 15. Oh, I specifically didn't want it to be in front on that specific one, I think, at the time. So it needed to be like here, and then I guess up to there. And then we rebuild one more. But that shouldn't be in front then, should it? Let me just get that. So how does that play nice with the rest of the geometry? No, it does. It's good. Okay. I don't know what happened there. I mean, that looks fine to me. What about down here? Oh, it's a little awkward because it doesn't have the sides. I still have to adjust that a little bit. Okay. But it is nice and smooth. You can't even tell. Man, this looks like hot shit, doesn't it? Is that the right way to phrase that? This looks really good, is what I'm trying to say. bit of cleanup and it'll be great. I'm not happy with the seam there. In general, there's just a little bit of something going on between. I think it's actually the grass layer as well is a little off, because right now this is, yeah, it's in front. So we need another parallax by depth on this. And we need to put this at least on plane with the crucible, maybe even a bit further back. To like there, maybe. The only problem there is that the grass is going to shift underneath the crucible in a way that's kind of awkward. If there's a disconnect, which means you need to do 2 layers, which we can do. It's the grass all the way up to exactly where these columns start, and then it's the rest of the grass. I don't think that's helping us, is it? Hey, Dragonbane, welcome. Okay, so now when I do that, I'm gonna have another one called Midground 2, which isn't gonna be in here yet, but I have to make it a single sprite, copy, paste that, and then put this in there, and then bring this forward so that it's now correctly creating the plane. So this becomes like, I guess 13 or something on the midground, with these sprites being -10, so that's fine. These become middle ground 1. Okay, perfect. Not quite 13. Oh, 132. Okay, definitely not 132. Okay, now when we... Wow. Hey, MDC Dev, your message, where did it go? Now we see this, and that's looking dead on in terms of the parallaxing. Cool. Sub-Zero Black says, hey Adam, what genre games do you find the most appealing that you want to develop in the future? Personally, I'm a trading card game, RTS, and turn-based kind of dev. For me, it's always going to be cinematic, and it's probably always going to be action. Maybe some turn-based RPG. But action adventure, I think, will probably always be where I go. Yeah, there's a bit more I want to do here in terms of separation of the colors. So right between this layer and maybe this layer, I'd kind of like to put some atmosphere. Which I don't have yet. So literally like just drop it into the scene. It needs to go on middle ground 1 at like that value there. Now at the moment it's very, very, very strong, but we can just tint it down and go for green or something like that. Go way down, way, way, way down to like maybe just that. No, darker. That's not bad. We could do a couple. Nice. I think that creates just a bit more separation. Hey, Ocelot. Ah, thank you. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like we develop the game and it's like all black. For me, I get like anxious sometimes looking at the game when it's unfinished and I'm like, oh, it doesn't look very good. And then I just put in some of the assets that we've already got. And it's like, oh, I know this looks great. Yeah, it's totally fine. The blue accents are really cool. We've got to fix this a little bit. I kind of broke this just now. And I'd like to do maybe a little bit more, almost of like a foreground situation here. I don't know yet. I don't know. Or maybe like these little wisps of magic, just seeing them like, just little things coming in and out. I pushed some updates for the next levels. Pretty happy with the secret area access. I do wonder if you'll like it. Okay. What happens if you get caught on the parts that will collide with the walls while going up the elevator? Oh, I'm going to make it so that you can't move. You mean like when you're here and you go, I'm just going to walk all the way over to here. Right now, it just pops you back in the nearest possible spot, just because that's the Unity physics system. But yeah, like it's not perfect. So the other thing I really want to do is I'd love to have these lights, the 2D lights. I'd love to have them. The heck? I'd love to have them moving a little bit, just like dancing around. In order to do that, I might have to build a little gizmo that does it. I've been trying for a while to figure out how I'm going to do it, but it should be pretty straightforward. So these have shapes if it's a freeform light. The idea would be that I've got two, I won't rotate them. What I'll do is I'll have a point and a width and a point and a width. And I'll just be able to scale them. So that scales like the starting width and the ending width and the points. And then I'll just move the point left and right. Because I don't want them to rotate. I just want the cast point to move a little bit. So like they should be emanating from the same spot and be flat where they're emanating from. But I just want that lower point to come down and be square where it lands. It's not perfect. Rotating probably is going to be okay. The only issue is like we'll never really be able to have the bottom of the light contour to the terrain. That's the only issue. That's the only thing. So I'm going to do a quick push now. This updates Crucible. And you know what? One more change is I'm going to change the name of this scene. Because it's no longer a mock. It's now, or instead, Crucible. That's what it's called. I hope I didn't break too many things just now. I feel like I literally just broke it. No. Did I? Looks okay. Let's just leave it as it is. Changing the name made its position change. So weird. I don't know how we lost that. Oh wow, it actually renamed the scene meta asset. Huh. Okay. Well, did it rename here? Okay. Well. Hey, Bard the Elder. Unity is as deep as you want it to be. Hey, Johannes. Cool. Oh, Ocelot, I love the way that you've got the vine coming up here. That's great. It actually looks like the dandelion vine is connected to the other vine. That's really clever. Good stuff. So now, yeah, we've upgraded this scene. I think everything's the same. Let me try the music, make sure that didn't break. Yeah, that's good. And actually, let's set it up with a correct... Ah, yep, that's a problem. That would be one of the issues. And then each of the other cutscenes, I think, is mostly okay. I mean, this one could be a little lower, but I think that's all fine. Oh yeah, and I somehow ruined the dialogue system. Yeah, Windows Media Player, man. It's the only good media player on Windows. What else am I going to use? Spotify? Yeah, I don't know what happened to the dialogue system, but I did something wrong with it. Let me just check to see if that's broken everywhere or just in this scene. Everywhere, okay. Well, that helps me narrow it down at least. Floating dialogue needs to have the alpha group removed. And then try again. Okay, that's no good. Okay, so not that. If I make this set to 1, it's so strange because those elements, it's on the UI layer, it's got a canvas, it's at UI 50. I mean, it's where it needs to be. It's still doing stuff to it, but this was working yesterday. The currency is broken. Yeah. The coins don't bounce properly anymore. Let me check why this might be working this way. If I pause this, then I change the alpha group. That's working, right? So it actually is, the canvas group is doing its job. The alpha group is the thing that's ruining things. But I don't want the alpha group to even be part of the equation anymore. Does this have something on awake? It actually doesn't. So then how come when I turn it off, it's still doing stuff? That's what I don't understand. Because technically it shouldn't even... It shouldn't even matter. Unless this alpha is actually a... Nope. It's not a thingo. The team's portfolios? No, not yet. How long do you need to program this? Years for me, unfortunately. Hey, that works. Okay. Then let's go back over to here. There we go. Now, the camera is no good here. Do I have this on a timeline? I don't even think I do. No. Well, I like the scene as it is, but it's the vignetting, not the vignetting, the anamorphic lens and the zoom, which makes it a little complicated. I could put a timeline on it. It wouldn't be too hard. And then put a camera on it. All right, let's do it. Let's see how fast we can get this done. Okay. So we need a dialogue track. We need the old man in here. And then we're going to load all the dialogue. The problem with it is that it's not going to... it might not work. Hang on. This needs to plug into that. Okay, still works. So the idea would be that we would have underneath here, an empty thing called a cutscene camera. This would be set to 0.35. We do want to zoom in, and we want it to be sitting right there, I would say. Okay. And then this is going to go on here on a camera shot track. No. it's a camera transition track to this cutscene camera for the duration of the dialogue system. And then the transitions are going to be basically a move, slow move in and out. That's much better framed than before. But we can do a little bit better. We can move in much slower. So like we're running in. Yeah, hang on a second. There's one more thing I need to change about this. It's the fact that the camera, this sequence is called, far camera, is going to do what we want, I think. There we go. Cool. I was solo for many years. Oh, this looks like a sword. Yeah, let me fix that. That's a good point. Maybe I'll put him here, just a bit off center. Cool. It's a long way back. But I was going to do maybe even some camera shots here back and forth as they're talking. All right, that's good for now. All right, cool. And then we can push that. So, oh, I've got a message. I'll get back to him. Does anyone know John? He makes a game called Blood and Mead. He's a YouTuber. I forget what his YouTube channel is called. I've been chatting to him a little bit. Crucible success sting replaced. Okay, let's merge that in. So, Ocelot, you were doing some work. And push that. Yeah, I can have a look at them now. This is you here. Sound design is worked in, everything except for normal design. Okay. I'll save and then I will switch over to design. And then I will fast forward. I don't know why it makes that doodle sound because I didn't get an error anywhere on my screen. Yo, YouTube chat, how are you liking the stream so far? What's going on? So I should be able to just switch over now. Takes a quick second. So the new level is this. Don't save that. And then go into the level. Let's turn this off. Just hanging out while I do some tiling. Nice. Johannes says, this I can never learn. Only use RPG Maker. Yeah, I mean, you got to start somewhere, for sure. Fiber Hijinks says, this is probably a weird question, but is there a part of the coding aspect that you like more than others? Yeah, actually, I love making a new thing. Making new things is like, it feeds my brain so, like, it gives me so much energy to just like those lights that I was talking about earlier. I'm like, like that's my like dessert. If I get to like make a brand new script that makes the lights move, that's like really low scope, single function, it just does one thing. Oh, that would make me so happy. Because it's just like you get instant gratification back. One sec. MDC says, what design patterns did you use for this game? Hey, Aatri, thanks for the sub. So when you say design patterns, are you talking about like programming patterns? Like game design stuff? So like I use a lot of singletons in my game. I've got like a game manager that's just like it holds all of the top line information for what's required to run a scene. I also have a singleton for the game system, which holds the save data that's been loaded in from the file. It also manages, I've got singletons for like all the major systems. So like quests, inventory, all that stuff. There's like top line statically accessible game objects that, you know, can be accessed by everything. I also have a lot of object pooling in the game, like as a pattern. That's something that I use quite often with effects, like VFX, that kind of thing. I mean, name a few more, I can tell you if I use them. But that might not be what you were asking. I'm not sure. Okay, let's do some playtesting. I actually want to be here. I just want to turn the music off. So let's let this rock. Yep. Oh, failure. I see. Now it's just this. Let's try that again. Oh no. Yes. I'm guessing I'm going to need you, so I'm going to bring you with me. Hey, Phantom Camper. Is the game complete? Nope. New demo coming soon. If you know me from ages ago, then my game is probably almost unrecognizable to you today compared to how it was. Cool. Well, I like this. This is sick. The way you've put this little, like, it's like on a little tower almost. That's cool. Nice one, Luca. This is like really what I was looking for, I think, in terms of like just areas where you get to flex your ability muscles a little bit. So now we're going to go up here. I'm thinking this space. Oh yeah, and then we've got this. That's cool. Probably should put a ledge there at some point. Let's just skip it. But I know that I did this, so it's not your fault. And then does this, and then the way to the left exit. Oh, it's off this way. Wait. Oh, I see. You've done something. I couldn't even see that. Oh, oh, wow. Look at that. Now that is an interesting one. Oh, it's supposed to be like that, right? I just broke it. Yeah. Cool. Very nice. And then that's the end. Exactly 5 necks. That's going to be tough, but that's cool. I like it. Ooh, that's a bit rough that you have to go back over here to get to it. If you fail. I really like this little situation. I wonder if we can have this whole space be, I'm thinking maybe a little smaller. This second scene, I don't mind it, but I feel like we could probably remove. Oh, there's another little something up here. I see. Oh yeah, let's go check that out. Hang on, I didn't get to playtest that. So we're like, hang on, we need the hedgehog. Hang on. Did I leave him behind? No, he was just over there somewhere. Okay. I'd also just be careful with some of the camera moves that we've got so far. Oh, you got to keep the snake. Whoa. That's very crafty. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. I'm not sure if anyone's going to figure that out, but yeah, this is cool. Oh, I literally just killed myself. Oh, you can't do that jump because you don't have the ability. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, and you pulled in the empty bookshelves too? Nice. Nice, Luca. Yeah. Can we do a little something with this? Can we put this bridge gap here instead and remove this column entirely so that it's just shorter. I just think it should be a bit shorter. And then this right now, when we're standing here, either bring the camera in so that we're not quite so far out, or if this is the camera position, I want this to be all the way, like from where we're standing, I want it to feel more like this, where it's like you can see something, but there's no chance, like not even any hope in hell. Maybe like that, but Armin has to stand here or something. So maybe like the distance is greater, but like there's a zone camera that pulls out and shows you it or something. Just because I think this little thing here, like when you get, I have this internal sense that if you do something, like in this case, we platformed up, right? We're kind of already expecting something around the corner. It's like, I've done something. I've gone behind the curtain. What's my reward? Here, the big empty space, the suspense there is just like maybe a little too long. That's all. Just like, it kind of just feels like maybe something's broken. I mean, it's not bad, but if the distance from here to here was halved, I just feel like the payoff would be a lot more, the player would get a clearer sense that like, oh, like I'm supposed to, like everything that I did was right. Oh, you are doing a zone camera here. It looks like. It's so funny, like, because I'm not, like, you actually just had all the right ideas, but they might just need to be a little bit tighter because all of my suggestions are exactly what you just did. So, yeah, just keep, I mean, I can do a pass on it later or whatever, but I can see exactly what you've done what I was asking you to do. So, good stuff. Yeah, I just think that like for us, like the reason why I'm like this with the demo is because I know that people playing will have short attention spans and will be very busy. So imagine this is one of like 50 demos that's being dropped on someone's, desk for a day. The sense of utilizing the space instead becomes like a drag or like a sense of like, where's the content? So kind of like, I almost feel like every single screen we have to be able to, if you take a screenshot, it needs to prove something about the game. I know you don't need to have it explained. You kind of get it already. But, and I like how here, when we're behind the curtain, it's supposed to be a bit more bare. That's totally fine. So I'm not saying like add a bunch of, whatever. I'm just saying, yeah, just a little bit more respectful of the player in that sense. Cool. And it's mostly, for me, something that is particularly a 2D game thing. I think in 3D games, when you can see something in the distance, your attention span for getting there is a lot wider. like in Zelda Breath of the Wild. It's like you see something that's like 2 minutes of running away and you run towards it because you can see it the whole time, and the anticipation builds as it gets closer. Whereas here, like you climb a thing and then you sort of are held in suspense. You're waiting, and then you see something and you go, oh, thank God there was something here that made my climbing worth it. All right. So RDC says a boss is a big part of the game. They are. There is a boss, at least 2 in every chapter. At the moment, in terms of what's in the demo, this boss is the only one that's there right now. It plays out a little bit almost more like Smash Brothers than Dark Souls at the moment, just because of how much comboing and stuff there is. So that's like a boss. But there are other bosses in the game that are a bit more straightforward. A theme for this fight. Yeah, there is music. You want to listen to it? I just have it kind of turned off at the moment. Actually, we're inside of Luca's version of the game. So let me leave this world and go into development land. I'll discard all my changes. That was really good stuff, Luca. Yeah, I make that boss fight look better than it is. If you play it on your own, it doesn't feel as good yet, because it's like I know what to do to make it look good. Yeah, you're not Ocelot, you're really not far, so don't spend too much time on it. I would just condense a little bit. Take all of the ideas and just bring them a little bit closer together. Especially like the ship right now, that's kind of like a little bit off the beaten path. Like the riding up the walls. I think we do that 3 times in that room. 2 is probably enough. Like I really want people to be left like wanting more a little bit, or like racing to get to the next scene. So, music. We've only got the phase 1 of the music in there right now, so it will get more impressive. Oh, it doesn't end yet, but it will. I mean, she doesn't yap for that reason, but she yaps. She has the capacity to yap. Okay. So let's make these torches. I'm going to do this really quickly because I don't want to waste too much time on it. Why did the gizmos for this not show up? Because I turned them off. Okay, well, that would be one reason. But I want two reasons. Okay. And you know what? We could even have it snap to the ground if we want. Okay. So we'll call this cast God Ray controller. This is the second time I'm building one of these. I think this time will be this time for sure. So the way that I like to do this kind of thing is to do transforms. So like top, bottom, or like start, end. A universal. Petabytes, Jesus Christ. So public transform start. Now we could make them rect transforms and control the width that way. Okay, and then that works. It knows what that is. Good. Is it? Light type. Is VS Code better than Visual Studio? Better is different. It's more lightweight, which I like about it. Should I do scaling as well for the bottom? That does seem interesting. That's not a bad idea. Maybe I'll allow rotation later. But I've got the transform, so I can always look at the rotation of the transform. I guess I could look at the scale of the transform for these as well, for the width. Let's start with nothing. We'll start like this and then we'll work it out. We'll see if scale is better. Okay, so light 2D dot. Do we have points? Wait, parametric. What is parametric and why don't I have access to that? Is it deprecated? Sprite spot global freeform. Ah, yeah, deprecated. Freeform. Shape path. M.shape path. We might have to ask GPT about this one. Damn it. I really can't change the vertices? There's no way. Are they for real? No way. I mean, I use it just because I expect. Oof. All right, well, we're going in, boys. This must be the solution you were talking about, right? Okay. Really? Let's make him vector 2 just to simplify. And it's gonna be like, no, 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 it needs to be a vector 3 array. Okay, fine. I'll just put a bunch of vector 2s in it and you can deal with that. So it's going to be start point. Hang on a second. Okay. Okay. Eh. Okay. Let's see if we can get that going. Change the method signature. Oh yeah. Wait. But I think it expects path, M-shaped path. I don't know if this set field value will work. Right? If it's expecting M-shaped path to be a list of vector 3s. Start, end. And the light, we didn't even set any of these variables to public. Hey, so it's actually local position like that. Wait, no, that's not right. Wait, is it? Oh yeah, it is. Wait a second. No. Index 3 is out of range of what the heck? Oh, because it tried to tessellate at something? Hang on. What am I doing wrong here? pos plus local position. I mean, left, right. Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. That looks right to me. But actually, I shouldn't have to add our position. The current actual position of those points should be okay. I think that was a mistake for me to do that. Their position in world space is the... No, but it's all in local space. So actually, I don't have to add the position to it. It's just the local position as an offset to where we're at. That's what it is. Because the points are local. There we go. Cool. And then I think we got to swap. I think it's going... For whatever reason, I think it wants to be anti-clockwise instead of clockwise. So I'm going to swap the top left and top right. I don't know why it's confused like that. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Otherwise we could have done bottom right, bottom left. That's better. Yeah, cool. So there you go. And then we can move the end over to like wherever we want. Now I'm thinking that we use gizmos to draw this. Now we add the position to each of this. We could do an offset here. And then I wouldn't have to do this or this. Go. Nice. So now I can take the end particle and do whatever I want, and I don't have to wait for the light to catch up. It will catch up, but you know, having to like wait for it on validate is a bit weird. In fact, Why don't I take this away and just have this happen on start? And then on update, now we just need to move the bottom point. In fact, we don't even need to write the code for this. We could just put like a sine wave on the bottom light. So I can just copy this, paste that, do this like that. Take the end point of this guy, move it over here, end point of this guy, move it over here. And that did not work. Unless it did, but we just can't see the rays because for whatever reason we didn't. Yeah. Everything, please. But these don't have, no, this doesn't receive light, this background image. Cool. I'm such a doofus, but anyway, you get the point, it works. I promise. So let's call this God ray light 2D. I don't like this capital R for the ray. That's a bit weird. All right. Now we're going to go over to like this scene. I'm going to take these light shafts. I'm going to delete them. And I'm going to go to God ray. And then I'm just going to go. In fact, do you know what? I just realized something. The start doesn't need to be its own transform. It can be the transform of the object. Oh, that would be way better. And that way you'll never have to actually put in this offset. So you just have the end as a point over here somewhere. What is transform? Yeah, it's a Unity class. It's literally this. It's the position and the width and the height of the thing. The scale, the rotation. It's the root of the object. No. I don't think we need to even do this. I think we just need to say that, because there is no local position left for us to start from. I'm imagining. Nope, that didn't work. No, it should be 0. Let's have a little think here. If this is the object, yeah, that's the object. As I move this up and down and around, this needs to get me the path, which starts with our start point dot local position. What is the local position of an object that's... Oh, okay, well, that's correct now. And then the end point is this thing here, and strangely, it's, I mean, if I make this 0, 0, yeah? What is the point of this down here? How does it know what that even is? I'm just doing left and right from the local position endpoint. That doesn't make any sense to me that it wouldn't be dead on where it is. That doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, it's just the point in space, right? So if I press play, why is that so weird? If I move this, does it change this? If I move them both, does it? Let's get rid of this offset for now. Just to simplify. And let's make this simpler too. Just going to simplify till I get something that I know how to look at. So why does moving this around, if I put this at 0, 0, yeah, now this should be dead center. Okay, I see. So when I move this, oh, okay. So the end position doesn't take into account the start position. I think I needed to do that anyway. I was thinking about doing that. Now you get that, and then you get that. Okay, great. So then this should just work. Yep, sick. Why does it do that? Look at that. I go void on validate. And it goes, oh, validate. Hey, public static void. Almost 50. I know. On validate. Like, what? Instead of start plus end, you can just use the end position instead of its local position. Maybe? No, I don't think so, because the points are drawn locally. can have a look. I'm not sure that's right, but maybe. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay. Sure. Because I guess that's because we're already offsetting by the start position. No. No. It doesn't work. Yeah, I was right. You do have to add all of it like that. Because the points, the actual light, is anchored and drawn locally. Oh, actually, we've totally screwed this up then. As we push this out, this is going to get even further away. Hello. Hey, Fallen Sky. Oh, you gotta go. Okay. We have to subtract. There is an offset difference here between the gizmo and what we're drawing. That's a problem. I was wrong. So here it's like Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. I don't remember what he sounds like. Also, that's not an accent, that's an impression. But anyway,
it's like this, I suppose.
Oh man, that's terrible.
Haha. Ohana means family.
I don't even I've seen that movie once when I was like 12. So
this is what you get. Exactly.
sorry, Xylo. It was V, but it's sugar-free Red Bull was on sale.
Sorry. It's almost the Jar Jar Binks. And Mario. Nissan. No, what this accent is supposed to be. Ha ha ha.
And Gollum.
Yes. That's precious. Oh, goodness. Perfect. We fixed it.
I don't even know what he says in the movie other than just like making animal noises and then
Or Hannah Mont's family.
or something like that.
Very sorry. Stitch. The canyon pool. It's nice and cool.
If it bleeds, we can kill it. Hey, Huang. All right. Enough of that, please. So, 5 next. The problem here is I know what you think you're trying to do, and it's not wrong. The only problem is that the position of the light points, like where this actual light gets generated, yeah, is local to the component. So a position of 0 is the component's position. If it was just world position, then yes, it would be you just offset, perfectly. In fact, have I done root position plus child local position is the same as the child's world position? Yeah, but the problem is that we still needed to supply I needed to differentiate between the gizmo space, which is just absolute world space, and the light space, which is local to the component. So I think you were right. I think what I ended up doing was what you were suggesting, actually, now that I think about it. Now, I don't understand why we get this. We get 2 lights. Why do we have 2 lights? And it was a fall off of 0 that created that. That was weird. Oh, is that right? That's what Stitch says. Is that right, McAneel? That's one of those classic Stitchisms.
We survived because of me.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite point. Do you know what though? What sucks about this is that when I move this, I then have to move the other point. Oh man, there's no winning, is there? Unless I just put the end point off of the main point. There's literally no way to win with one transform. I think this way is the right way. I think this way is the right way, where you set up the start point and then you have to set the end point relative to that. I feel like that's what it has to be. Because if you want to move the geometry, yeah, we could do a raycast down and have it snap to the ground. That's fine. But it's more in this moment here. Like, getting this, when we're doing small adjustments, what does that process look like? If I put a separate start point underneath the God Ray Light 2D, then the start and end can drift from the God Ray Light 2D, because like I can just start dragging the points around, but the parent object is going to be where it was. I don't want that. So there's no real way to do it that if you parent them, one's going to affect the other. So you can't have them be free and without managing a third object, which is annoying. So it is what it is, I guess. It's a little annoying as well that I have to go to the object to move it. It seems clean, but it also feels a little weird. There's just no other way to really do it. There's a parent constraint component that could do what you want. Parent constraint component? Wait, what does this do? I've never heard of this. What does parent constraint do? I don't think it's doing what I want. Parent constraint moves and rotates a game object as if it is the child of another game object in the hierarchy window. I want it to do the opposite of that. No. Wait, you can make the children of that object unaffected by certain parent attributes. A parent constraint does not affect scale. A parent constraint can lead. I want it so that child objects don't move when the parent moves. At least I think I don't. But the problem is, it's not even really that's the case. I kind of, I think I do want them to both move together. I think, like, if I wanted to move the whole light because I changed the geometry, then I would want to do it like this, right? I wouldn't want to do it. I wouldn't want to have to move it separately. Unless I select both. I don't know. I'm thinking about like how to make life easy for myself. But the problem is that there is no, logistically, I'm wanting two different things at two different times. You know what I mean? It's like, if I just want to adjust the top, then that's fine. If I just want to adjust the bottom, that's fine. But what if I want to adjust the top without adjusting the bottom? Or if I do want to adjust the bottom, like, it's like, I could see me wanting to do two different things. But I still don't know what this component does. Sets the position rotation. Moves and rotates a game object as if it was the child. I want the opposite of that. But right now, I don't think it's important. It's very minor, this thing that I'm talking about. So, this is, I got to do this every frame. I do tend to make things work. Yeah, read my mind component. That's what I want. There we go. Look at that. It's moving. Schmovement. Yeah, I didn't really need help. I was just, you know, if you had an answer, then that's good to know. But so let's call this we could do this with a shader, probably. Let's call this noise jitter. And then I'm going to say jitter amount. Maybe we should do it split into two. Let's leave it like this. And then say transform dot position. Let's go public vector 3 start pos. It should be local, I think. Let's do it. Let's do it local. Now. Now, okay, so this, let's call it noise and let's call it 1. Save it and go like that. Okay, yeah. Man, I knew I got that wrong. Okay, we try that again. Mm. How did that happen? 294, 294. How did we get from that to this number? This needs to be local. Whoops. Cool. And then we need a speed parameter. That was dumb. I don't think I want this. Cool. And actually, we might want to do a random start. See, you're so terrible. Cool. And then the only other question is, like, can I make these pixelated? I'm not sure I can actually. I might need to kill the light 2D component and instead have an additive shader. A little awkward. Damn. Yeah. All right, let me figure this out. Okay. Oh, we lost the light. When did that happen? Okay. They are looking good. I need to move on. Ideally, what I would have done is instead of having the jitter sit on the end of this, what would have been interesting is if I had put a max width on this and that controlled the jitter so that I know that it doesn't go beyond a certain point when it's shifting around. And long term, like it would be really cool to have like a jitter, like in the particle system, like you have like a jitter property rather than a jitter script. And the property can just be added to a whole bunch of different things. You just set up like, I just want to add noise to this thing. And this is the kind of noise and this is how much. Cool. Well, now that's weird. Why is it that when they're perfectly aligned to the bottom, they all went all the way to the right? Plus or minus? But sine goes between 0 and 1. And Perlin noise also goes between 0 and 1. So shouldn't we be adding a number that's going between negative and... All of those numbers go between -1 and 1. This is what I imagine pixelated God rays to look like. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Don't these numbers go between -1 and 1? I mean, I guess not. The answer must be no, but... it might be the case that only the sine wave does. Like, look at that. There are negative numbers in here. So is it the noise that doesn't? Gives a 1D pseudorandom negative 0 and 1 for the noise one. Okay. So let's make this a bit simpler. That's very irregular. Noise is usually between -1 and 1. Okay. So we want to go, I think maybe we separate them a little bit more. Do we make them like more chaotic, more random? Maybe crossing past each other? I don't know. No, I think coming from a set point in the middle is right. Maybe just narrower with a little bit of offset like that. The split is really helpful. Maybe they're just too... too thick. Yeah, that's better. Gonna need to put a background on them so we can actually see it. I don't use Pixel Perfect. I'm considering adding a shader, but if I do have the shader, then I'll be replacing the light 2D with a shader, but that's a bit down the track, I think. Let's make this on gizmos selected. Because I think it's just a bit much. You can't tell them apart. Yeah, pretty good. Can even go maybe a little thinner. But then increase the jitter a little more. I mean, 0.2 is probably heaps. Just for a test. It's so weird that they all lean to the right like that. Is it just bad luck on my part? It was totally just bad luck. Then I need to bring the jitter in. To make it. This is the thing. As soon as you start working with random, you get this dumb issue where like sometimes it just looks like something that you don't want. Like just a lot of the time you just get something that you don't want instead. All right. Now, I want it to go kind of between. So like, not foreground. Oh, I can't sort it. Oh, that sucks. There's no sorting order. Oh, well then I can't. There's no way. There's no way I'm going to use this. Oof. I guess I could put it not on middle ground too. That would be the only way to get it around this problem. But now it doesn't. Huh. I mean, that's pretty good there. But this needs to be on middle ground 1 then. Yeah, so that kind of helps. It sort of doesn't, it's not as bad. Nice. All right. Well, that's looking good now. I should just commit that. I just used the word dynamic there, but I don't even know if I should have. Oh yeah, dust particles that block the light. That would be really cool. Oh, I could definitely do that with a shader. 100%. Man, it makes me think I should commit down that line instead. Because then you could, yeah, you could mask out the thing every so often with light particles. I will do that, but it feels like so not my priority right now. Okay. I do need to do this, and I really need to do this. Let's do this. Which is what this is. This is the same task. So let's actually just delete this one and just call it. I just need to confirm that Luca's not doing that. Hey, Mark Carter, how's it going? Yo, enemies spawn tomorrow. Welcome. All right. Okay. Video this week. Everything else is in orange, so I guess I just got to do this now. This is looking great. And you know what's crazy about it? It's not even polished. Like, I haven't put much time into these assets. Like, you can see that there's stuff that's off, but as a scene, it's looking nice right now. Like, even this, there's like nothing back there. Anyway. Hey, Vincent McOwen. Welcome. Yeah, that's like an hour of work to make it look like that. Do you use Figma for task management? I actually do, yeah. I use Figma to manage all my tasks. It's actually really helpful. Okay, so this... Yep. Yeah, I mean, like, Kanban is literally like, what is it? It's a list of things. Figma can do that, but Figma can go one step further where you just like can take them and move them into a to-do list. I guess you could do that with Figma as well. You could have like a day and then you can drag tasks. You know, you could probably do this with Figma, but you couldn't zoom out in Figma. I mean, in Trello, sorry. Like Trello being the Kanban board is dumb to me when Figma is just like so much better. All right. So let's get ahead on this. I need to make a bunch of levels out of this tile set. These are all going down here. So we can kind of just push them out of the way for now. And then here, I want to make like 2 or 3 or 4 levels. So let's go and duplicate this. That is so weird. You rename it and it just gets shuffled to somewhere else in the level, in the game. Like renaming a tiled file makes the prefab lose its position in the levels where it gets used. So strange. Okay. Hey, Gorman, welcome. All right, so we've got this scene. Oh, that's what was happening. Okay. So you become map 1. If we open the model, we go to here, file, save as map 2. And then we could just do whatever we want here. So, gosh, my brain, I haven't even thought about what I want to do with this level. Let's just go something like reasonably. See ya, Box Lion. Well, what do I want to do? I want to have lots of reasons to use different ensign abilities. And it would be cool if we could have moving bookcases. Gosh, I haven't even thought about it. The idea would be, I guess, ideally, to end somewhere close to where we start. So maybe something that takes you like down and brings you back up, or up and brings you back down. Maybe it's like 1 down, up, up. It needs to sort of feel a bit like a puzzle. So it kind of, we're going to like use the doors, these here, to teleport you around different hallways and stuff like that. It's going to be a little bit like Kingdom Hearts Monstro, if you've played that game. Where it's just kind of confusing. It's not even that big. It's just a bit awkward to get around. And maybe if you fail a jump, you got to start again, kind of thing. I'm going to take a break. I haven't done that in a little while. So I'll take a break. I'll come back in a bit. We'll keep working. Yo. Oh man, I'm tired. Tired. We got any more team meetings today? No, we're good. Okay. You know, you can do that on Twitch too. It's just not as convenient. You got to go into the VODs, and then the current VOD will be there. There's also a Google Chrome extension you can download to make the VOD appear in the watching page, so you can just drag the slider. It's there. It's the same video even. It's just they don't let you scrub back on the main UI. Okay, so I think the challenge here is that whenever we've done this part of the game, we've kind of flexed all of our muscles already creatively. And it left this scene, this sequence of scenes, quite under... not very heavy combat-wise, pardon me. Or even platforming, like in the previous game, in the previous iteration of the game, there was no platforming in this section. And I think any good dungeon should feel like you are working towards something and being tested for all of the things that you've been learning in the game so far. So particularly in this scene, I want to be seeing parrying because we learned that earlier. Libraries aren't really where you would expect to see something you have to parry. Projectiles to deflect. Well, in my game, parrying projectiles means specifically a back step into an attack, and that there's the difference between deflect and reflect. Deflect is when you just attack it or you use a directional attack that's not the parry. Reflect happens when you parry, so it goes back to where it needs to go. Have I seen Tides of Annihilation? I have, actually. It looks really cool. It's another Black Myth Wukong sort of situation, isn't it? where it's like a Chinese studio making a game with incredible animations and VFX. It's interesting that it's current day or like modern times. For me, if I can be super brutally honest, I'm not a huge fan of games that go for graphics over gameplay. So, like for me, watching this, right? What we just saw then, if this is like the start of the game, or even like 25% of the game, this feels like that's so much stuff you just did. You know what I mean? I know how similar it is to Insignia though. I know it's just like for me, this kind of thing would be like chapter 1 of Insignia, but these enemies look like they would be later game enemies. There's just a lot happening, isn't there? It's also so like that ice launcher, right? Look at what we saw. They got inspired from Insignia. I think they did. Grand Archives and Dark Souls says differently. That's true. There are archers there. So like the first attack already sent the enemy into a juggle state, and that was yellow. And then the second attack sent them into a juggle state, and that was yellow. And then green juggled them. So like, what is the difference between the colors of the things? Because blue sent the character into a juggle state. Red sent them into a more juggle. Like it's just hitboxes with colors. You know what I mean? It's not the hitboxes don't seem to have, the colors don't seem to have any bearing on what the player is doing. So like, I'm not seeing a whole lot of strategy in why you would use one ability over another. They just seem like abilities that you have, which reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy 16, where you're kind of just doing cool stuff and the colors don't really have anything to do with what's happening. And there's not a huge distinction between them either. Like the idea of ice freezing the enemy, like that's kind of cool. But like what else? You know what I mean? What's green doing that red isn't? That's what I want to see game design wise. And it confuses me because I feel like in games like this, I don't understand how there's so much visual stuff. You would think that the planning would be really, 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 really impressive. Like the game mechanics, the fight mechanics should be extremely tight and balanced and interesting and, you know, whatever. Like the visual effect, the VFX are so well balanced that like how it looks is so cool. Shouldn't how it plays kind of reflect that? And maybe it does. Maybe I'm just wrong and I have no idea. I mean, I'm only looking at this game just now, but I'm not seeing like the player. I'm not seeing the level design or the character design or the combat and like the environments in the combat. I'm not seeing them look like there's mechanical implications to them. So like, let's have a look. Okay. Okay, we've got a dodge. We've got a charge. That's cool to have like a dash in. So like what dictates whether this attack hits or not? You know what I mean? Is it just watching the fight play out? Is it scripted just so that she dodges the first 10 attacks you do and then... It looks cool, but I'm trying to understand like what the gameplay is. Like I don't think I've seen any of the, let's call them stands. The stands don't seem to be doing much, you know, in terms of like the differences between them. What I'd love to see is like, oh, like she uses her red attack, so I got to use my blue attack. Like the different stand abilities will clash in a way that like strategically I have to use this one to overcome that. That puzzle element to me is like, that's like where the gameplay should be. Otherwise it's just it's Kingdom Hearts, which is fine. Like I don't mind, but like why have all of these colors? Why have it's like I'm looking for constraints. I'm looking for, what does bad gameplay look like? You know? What does it mean? What does it mean to play this game poorly? Is it just not dodging when you're supposed to? But as like a playable movie, it looks cool. I just hope the writing's good at that point, you know? For me, it's like, I don't know if I want to look at pretty things, I don't want for looking at pretty combat to be the only reason I play the game. That's like my thing. So it either needs to be like intricate in how it plays, or really, really well written to catch my attention. If the writing's really good, I mean, that's great. But the spectacle alone, that's not my thing. Yeah. Yeah, I hope it's not just dodge and hit. I don't mean to be a downer on this kind of stuff. I think I have a bias when it comes to this kind of stuff, where like I really value the things that I've put time and energy into, you know, in my own game. So like the fact that I know like that I've put a lot of time into one kind of game and that it was hard to make, you know, for the reasons that it is. To me, it's like, you know, that's the kind of game that I like because it was the kind of game that I've spent time in, I guess. Also because it feels rarer as well. Like if it seems like it's harder. Like, or not just that, but like, I feel like I can't add value in the visual effects department. I can't make a game that looks like something you've never seen before. You know, I'm just not ever going to be the kind of guy that's going to like show you something that's so incredible that you just like, your mind's just blown just by looking at it, you know? Like, my game will look pretty, but it's not going to look unparalleled levels of pretty. So like, it's kind of pointless for me to try to provide that level of spectacle because I'm never going to be that guy. Like, I'm just never going to have that game. So I guess I value the things that I can contribute with, if that makes sense. And then maybe that makes me like a little bit, I don't know what the word is, not salty. Like, you know, I hope it's a good game and I want people to have fun with it. Yeah, but I can't make like the whole game, like I can't like ripple space and time the way that game was. You know what I mean? Like the stuff that we were just looking at is like so next level VFX that like it's just never, there's just no world. I mean, even looking at this stuff, like the particle systems and like the fidelity of this stuff. Look at the chromatic aberration on the slash and then the ice effect and then the crystals. It's like, oh my God. Like it looks so friggin' good. You know, I'm never going to be able to do this. I mean, that actually doesn't look that hard to do. But like even this, like this thing, like I don't think people realize it takes like one artist to create this effect. Would take someone like maybe like a week, I'm imagining, like to from scratch to build this in like a VFX graph or something like that. It's such a complicated effect. But it's not. Like I can explain, you know, you can say, oh, it's probably using Voronoi not particles, what are they called? Voronoi shapes? There's another word for them. It's using, you know, what are they called? Anyway, Voronoi, not triangulation, but the other thing, to create the shards. We are offsetting by some disturb point. There's like a point here where the player is, you know, creating a displacement, and then there's like a noise that radiates out. There's like noise in general, creating like, you know, vertex offsets, I guess, for this stuff. And then this is another shader that's going over the player where they intersect. I think it's a depth check, right? They're looking at the plane that's the door as it intersects with the character, and they're doing a depth check on it. And that's a texture which is shaded right on that contrast. That little whoop, that warp at the end, that's just another post-processing effect. Like, there's stuff that you can pick at. You can say, oh, there's particle systems whirling around here. Some of it's screen space stuff, or even just like, no, not screen space, just particle systems moving around. Like, maybe, you know, and a lot of it's additive. It's like we're doing like 3, 4, 5 different kinds of effects happening at once. But like what is this? Like, what, like, do you know what I mean? Like, and then this, like, oh, we just rotated the whole world, you know, around the player character. I guess when you pick at it, it's not impossible, you know. There we're just masking the geometry as those plants are already there. They're not growing in real time. They're being unmasked in real time. Okay, fine. But like, this is just so next level. You know? I don't know. I feel like I could never be involved in something that was doing this. Like that, oh, it's so cool. But it's not just the effects themselves that are incredible. It's how the effects are being used in real time, in a directed scene. Like, this is directed to play this way every time this happens. I wonder how many times you fly like that in the game. But, you know, it was at a specific point when you know, like, the level of direction and like orchestration to get this stuff synced. Yeah, I guess what I'm really trying to say is like there's like an arms race for this stuff in terms of visual quality. And that arms race, I think, it's one of kind of like diminishing returns. Like, I feel like people, like, we could talk about the hundreds and hundreds of VFX aspects that have been like involved in this game, right? At every level. The cloth physics and the particle effects and the VFX for, you know, warping screen space and world space and the vertex offsets and all that stuff. But like, at a certain point, you kind of you're not really watching it. Like, I am not really able to appreciate what's happening at a certain point. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, my hope is that it doesn't matter that much, because I'm never going to be able to do that. So if that's the minimum standard, like, it's beyond me, you know? I know it's not the minimum, but it's like where things are kind of going. You know what I mean? Even like there's games like, what's the game? Sea of Stars even, you know, is a beautiful looking game that I probably won't really be able to make a game that looks as good as it, in terms of like, look at the lighting effects, all the normals on all the characters that allow the day-night cycle to play out the way that it does. You know, I don't think I could ever have a lighting engine in my game that's that dynamic, or at least not the engine, but like the setup. I don't think I could do that. Like this, to do this, these shadows, that's all like real, like not real, that's like actual simulated lighting, you know, it's not baked. I don't know. It's just and not this one. There's another one too. Chrono Trigger inspired RPG. There's another one coming out, Threads of Time. This game looks even more ridiculous. Is it this one? Like, what are we looking at? Like, I can't I can't do this for Insignia, you know, maybe one day. But like, even just the level of, like, this is like the Last Night levels of, look at the VFX on the particles. Like, what? The camera, like, I'm just like, I don't think I even would want to be involved in a project that was working at this scale, because it's just too, it's like, it's too much. Yeah, of course they are, but that's what I'm saying. Like, and my game is also made by a team of people. I'm not the only person working on this game. But it's the question. The question is, like, how many people in the team? You know what I mean? I think I want. That's true. Undertale is a success story that we shouldn't ignore. Alrighty. Yo, I don't mean to get weird about that Annihilation game. It looks cool. have an idea. This. Yeah. I think I just like, I feel, for me, it's less about what the game is, like whether it's fun or not. Like for me, I'm confident that I can make my game fun, for example. If I put enough time into it and energy, I can make sure it's fun. But what I can't make sure is that people pay attention to it before it comes out. So it's really more of a marketing question, this stuff that I'm talking about. Like, do the games that get funded and bought, not the games that get reviewed well, but the games that just get people's attention, are those, is the standard going up for visuals on just getting people's attention? I think that's what I'm really trying to talk about. Alabaster Dawn. I have heard of that game. This is the Crosscode people. Yeah. Same thing, right? Like, remember Crosscode? That game looked nothing like this, but now look at what this game looks like. That's the hard part. It's like, oh, that's the standard today? There's a lot going on here. Corridor? Like that? How do you spell that word? Corridor. Yeah. So now I can just go door. It's a neutral door, Athenium Z corridor, and then go into this mode. Not here. This mode, and then put the offset. Like that, maybe? Yeah, perfect. I think 56 was okay. Wait a second. Whoop, I made a mistake. Whoops. Hang on a second. Revert that. There's my door. I'm putting the door here, right centered over this diamond. Okay. And now I'm going to go into this thing, and I'm going to take the offset, and I'm going to do the same thing, center it over that diamond. Like that. There we go. But it didn't look dead on, does it? It looks a bit off. Oh, that's better. Okay, so it was fine the whole time. Hey, Weasel. Thanks for the follow. These doors don't go anywhere. Camera rig is here. Game engine is here. These doors and this map go into level, and Armand goes into character. These go back into system. This goes into level. Save that. And then, did I screw up again? No, I didn't. Okie dokie. I mean, I guess I could just do this for now. What's wrong with this? Collection is null. Why is that? Which collection? Sound effects contexts. That would be our meta. Doing something with sound effects events. What if I literally make it empty? Nope. That's so weird. No. Not added to the build index, maybe? Wait, but it is. Okay, it didn't say that it was, but it was. Cool. Alrighty. Hey, Leon. Thank you so much. Welcome. Do you have a studio/developer name set up? Me? Yeah. Yeah, my studio name's called Up on Hill. And it's a company that I run, that I'm an employee of, and the director. Yeah, that's always been, well, it hasn't always been the case, but it is the case. Has been for a while. Okay. So the idea here is that we have like a hedgehog here, and we have a dandelion vine here. Okay, sure. No, we don't want that to happen. So the idea is we want to be able to cross that gap and then get to here somehow, and then do that. That's my favorite thing to do in this game. I think it might be time to do floating books. I think we have to do them. With floating books with powers. It's very hard to develop games. Very hard, yeah. Hey Nocturi, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Okay, so like, I'm just going to do in black and white a book, yeah? And that book is going to be palette swapped with the elemental color that we want the book to take on. No worries, Nocturi. Or we could just do a number of different types of book as well. That would be pretty straightforward too. Just give them different sprites based on what they are. For now, we'll just keep it like this. I mean, I could use this one. Let's make a new enemy. Floating ensign. Wait, I have a thing called floating book already? Weird. How do we... Oh, because there's a light on the end sign, Jim. That should turn off. Not as a platform, as an enemy that you can steal moves from. Let's remove that for now, see what happens. Okay. Oh. Down he goes. Kinematic, please. Yeah, this needs a combat shader and a character shader manager. This doesn't need a camera influence, but the rest of it should be okay. Self-awareness probably needs a body size. So let's just go bit of width, bit of height, pull it back, push it down. I mean, that's spot on. 13 pixels though. Now, because this doesn't have a hurt state, it can't take damage. So we do need to give it a stun module. But it doesn't need to be, it can be an object stun. This is a stun, which is a behavior state. That's it. Cool. We don't need to give it a knockdown or a fly up or anything like that. Now. Oh, I think I gave it the wrong hurt box type. This isn't... Oh no, it's an enemy hurt state. That's correct. Okay. Does the life component... Does the enemy have access to the life component? It does. Okay, so it should be able to take damage. Except, what happened here? Oh no, that's the torch. Okay. Yeah, this is looking for take damage, but object stun. It has that. Let's see what happens when we do that. Hey, a dum-dum existing. Okay, good luck. But you definitely wanted to say challenge thee. T-H-E-E. Thy means your. Character. Yeah, that should work. What am I missing from this thing? Yeah, for sure, dude. It's exciting. I want to see you improve. This is all fine. In fact, if I... Is it animating? Does it have on the sprite the hurt box? Oh, it actually doesn't. So let's make sure that it is doing that. The animator is not playing. We've got pixel perfect set to on, but if I go into this, yeah, it's not playing the sheet. Okay, that makes sense. So floating ensign book, start machine.set idle. Oh. Got to do that. Nope. All right. First question, is the animator running? No. Okay. Okay, it is running. Is the animator animating? No. Is it because this is it's not set as a flying enemy yet? Hang on. Nope. Okay. And the idle state. One sec, pals. I mean, I didn't really want to have to do like a thing like this, but is it animating yet? Still no. My goodness. Keeps unplaying itself. All right, let's go this. Let's make it, instead of that, we'll call it like a animation air state, air animation state, idle. Let's do that. Thank you, Polak. Hey, there we go. There we go. Awesome. So, the gem is here. The gem has the enemy as a character. So now we should be able to do this and get that from that. And then the ability state is this one. So now the book tells us what ability it's got in it. The idea behind this is that I can take this book and put this guy in there. And then let me just keep doing that. Book moth and dust both go into Athenium. That'll do for now. So this thing here, I can just like give it just different ensigns and I can sort of like dot them around a little bit. So like I can do, say, this into this. Now this is actually way too tall. I need to make it smaller. I have like not a great visual reference of like how tall things need to be in the game to feel appropriate, because the game has gotten, the tiles doubled in size recently, like 6 months ago. So my internal metric about like how tall something is just wrong. So like hypothetically, you know, we could do something like this, where this is boom, boom. This gem is charge, and this gem is climb. And then you could do something like this. Let's try that again. I don't know why we didn't get the red on this guy. They're just copy pasted. It should work. That's annoying. Why, you know? But if I click on one of these, yeah, that's got it. I do not have a pixel perfect movement policy. What's the best way to turn sprites 4-way in an isometric game? Design them facing toward and down, design them facing away and back, and then just flip them for the other sides. You only have to draw 2. What happened to climb? What? Whoa, what the heck? That's weird. Wait a second. It's probably some of this. Ah, I see. I see. These need... these. Oh, I did it again. I did it again, man. There we go. Maybe I'll make them so that they respawn. They like steal it from you anyway. Could do even more complicated if we want. Oh, you should be able to use that again. Really? I don't think I have a frame buffer for that. Oh, it's a little bit, I'm not sure the system's like built to transfer this many. Yeah, maybe a frame buffer would help there. I think I might have just... Yeah, you gotta wait till the very end. Otherwise it's not gonna work. Oh. It seems to wait a little bit in a way that it didn't before. The second time. I'm not sure why that happens. Like the first time you kill them... Oh, because the gems react differently to the books. The gems take a second, I think, to send the message. So these, they spawn straight away. Yeah, there's like a little beat. I wonder why that is. It has been a while, mostly because they're not in chapter 1. Hey, Sai Krishna. Oh, thank you. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I didn't want the player to have to learn the others. So it's a little bit... I might actually put some in that you can't capture, but they're still in there, like different colors. That would be good. I am doing level design. Yeah. So this thing here has a life component on it. Oh, interesting. So you can hit it, but it takes like a third of a second to even decide to do that. Why does it do that? Does this have like an animator on it? It does. Interesting. Okay, let's try understanding that. I gotta redesign these completely. But for now, let's look at this object. Okay, so it's a gem. It's sitting there in the level. It's got this flower stem on it, which is not alive. Interesting. So how is it determining that you can hit it, first of all? I mean, where's the... It's got this enemy hurt box, which is active. The gem itself is a... What is it? It's a state machine core. How am I determining that the stem got attacked? Targetable invincible. Respawn time 7? I wonder what that is. Oh, hang on. There was a 0.3 there. Hit delay. Ah, I don't want that. I don't want hit delay. I think that's it. Yeah, nice. Okay. Nice. Cool. No. Nice. Okay. Cool. So, now, I mean, like, I gotta go soon, but I would love to design these books. I wonder if I could put these symbols on the books. Is that too much, maybe? If they were a bit bigger? Alternatively, on the little gem, when we go to this stem thing, I don't really like it. I kind of want it to just go away. But action behaviors, mark sprout. Man, that's like, the name of that file is so far from what the thing does. Ensign. What's the word? Like, hittable ensign? Like, tangible? Spawned? Let's leave it as Mark Sprout. It can't be Mark Sprout. Anyway, for now, I don't have a different name for it, so it's fine. Okay. Now, do I have a gem? Really? I don't even know what the gem is? Are you kidding me? What? Okay, sure. I guess I don't know. So maybe at the gem level. At return to source, we appear into the level and then we teleport to flower. Travel to flower. So now they're not really flowers, but they used to be. Your main character's name Armin, right? That's right. Yeah, Armin. So this thing is the... Nope, it's a completely different thing. Okay, well... Oh, I see. Teleport to flower. Oh gosh, man, this is getting a little bit... It's a little bit complicated when I wrote this. So... Oh, Jesus Christ. Ability scriptable dot world sprite. Gosh. I know he's a blacksmith or one in the making, but does his name reference arm and hammer? It actually doesn't. And a lot of people have asked me that question. I actually don't know what arm and hammer is. Arm and hammer. It's like a detergent thing. Isn't it? Like a dishwashing, like a washing powder? Is that what it is? I don't think we have that in Australia. Now, how is it that this... its sprite is this thing? Did we change sprite.sprite to something else? Does it have a retro sheet on it or something like that? It's got an anim. It has an animator on it, and the animator has this stem on it. So setting the sheet's not going to do anything. Man, over-engineered to the nth degree here. All right, gosh. Let's turn that off. I know why I did this. I know what I was trying to do. It's just that I had plans that were just not where it's at, you know? I have to like strip it all back. Spiders. We do have spiders. Oh, and I can't hit it because it needs a hitbox on the animation. Oh my god. All right. Jesus. Gosh. I think it's a bit late for me to try to fix this. I don't know what to do. Teleport to flower.enemy equals enemy. I guess like here we could have sprout and then it's so badly written. I don't know how I got out of hand like this particular thing. But anyway, public sprite renderer. I mean, the gem has a renderer on it. I gotta like re-engineer it because basically I built this thing and I built it in such a way that like I was prototyping it as I was building it. So I needed it to do different things as I was building it up. And now it does all of the things, but in a big web, in a big spaghetti. So I would need to re-implement it in a way that's not, you know, that only lets it do what it needs to do. Yeah, let me totally undo that change I just made. We'll be right. Yeah, like it wasn't even like, you know, I know what I'm doing. I know how to do it right. I just got carried away, I guess. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go. It's been fun. I should have taken more care to make this like, I approach this such the wrong way, and I always do that. I wish I had just made 3 or 4 rooms that you run through, and then the book that you're trying to get is at the end of them. Why didn't I just do that? Let me just fix my mistake right this second. How did he do empty bookshelves? Tell me Luca went in and put rectangles over all of the bookshelves in his level. If he did that, I can't believe it if he did that. If that man put rectangles over all the books to make it look like it was empty. All right. I have to see it. I have to see it. I have to know what he did. Oh, you know what? No. He's probably updated the sprite correctly, but because he's on his own branch and I'm on my branch, I'm not going to see his sprites that he updated. So it's probably fine. I mean, it was fine either way, but like, it's probably not as, I don't know, not as weird as it looks. I think he's gone and booklist shelf. Yeah. Okay, cool. He's done it himself, which is good. But where did booklist shelf come from? How did he create this sprite? I don't know. Well, he probably did it manually, but that's fine. All right. Well, pals, thank you so much for checking out the stream today. Had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. For those of you on Twitch watching, let's find someone to raid. For those of you on YouTube, have a lovely, lovely, lovely rest of your day, and I'll catch you tomorrow. we're gonna raid Moonstone, maybe. I don't think I see them very often. All right. Thanks everybody for checking out the stream today. If you like my content, become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. .com/AdamCEunice, like that. And yeah, support what I do. You can also support just by watching. Sometimes we run ads on the channel. If you manage to see one, then that money goes towards me. So I appreciate it if you've just been watching, to be honest. I'll catch you tomorrow. We did what we could today. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.